The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Something to do with, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. Everything. The pale and the islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday. Despite your debilitating hang, you got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your... The bed is still cold from the broke. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. This fan has 2... Or has it been consigned there as punishment? The lights are on. The door is closed. Still nothing.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the man. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant. Everything points to the dockworkers union. The belt used for hanging him. The circumstances, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need one more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway,
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping the union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling.
The lieutenant doesn't want to agitate the woman. Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery. Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder in.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... Yes, but a junior officer could... Fine. Our victim's already been dead more than a week.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own. You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins.
one other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after a couple. We hit it off, and, well, I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But,
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah, yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast. Hence its name, the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfect. Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much.
The man ponders his cooking. You see a heavy steel. The door.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinet.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it...
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the aggressive.
Just dock...
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came. Look, a comedian. Do your job. Ask your questions.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Aggressive.
Just...
Listen.
Fuck.
So ask what you came to ask. I don't need privatization peons from a rent-a-cop. Just do your aggressive.
Just...
Listen.
Fuck.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your command. No one is emotional here. Do your... What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. What you want is of no significance.
Can I help you?
An intricate web. It almost looks like they let for you. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you. Gone. It's just a but. The worn map features. It's the ledger you found. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of without resistance. It's slightly. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet waterlogged.
Excuse me, I just have to ask again. How could you have let this get tossed out? You had to lose because of dark vibes? What are you talking about? Doest thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of those. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Can I help? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she is another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind. You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch. There's a small movement beneath your hands as you shut your eyes. Then a tiny voice breaks out and asks,
What is happening?
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The fabric feels cold, moist from the sea nearby. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest. 5 seconds pass, and their passing seems so unimaginably long. Then she coughs and says again,
What are you doing, officer?
Less talk, more feeling. Keep your eyes closed. Soak in the closeness. See what the feeling entails.
Fighting for it how? Oh. I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade. Is there anything else I can... My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... No. Why are we still talking?
She has, though. The husband is totally lost.
What?
She tries to concentrate on books. But, okay, maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not me.
You know where they are. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine.
She's getting upset. Her voice has risen as she tries to convince herself that
They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Jamrock, safe and well, at some stupid bar? There is no I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him and...
I don't even have a...
it's a trap. Never ever say what.
Even if I had, it wouldn't. Great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
The woman before... Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition, even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups. Does a master swordsman insult his own blade? It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, when a man sets his mind, behold, world, here walks a... There, working class drunk. Cracked it. all in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Didn't she repeatedly tell you, but he is missing? You heard her, the worry in her voice. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class. The dented yellow mailbox.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't miss, and I specifically added that I didn't. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of worry.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands.
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. He's also... No, he's not. Or maybe he is. I haven't seen him for... Well,
There. She's worried now.
I wouldn't be so sure. Man, just to be completely clear, do you want to report it to the police?
report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
She sighs, but you can detect.
All right, go ahead. Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's... What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue in the... It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night.
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast. And it's making her more and more worried.
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. Just makes me feel weak.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is a missing persons case. She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him?
She genuinely wants you to know. Don't make her ask.
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will...
She tries to maintain a brave front, even though her eyes reveal the opposite.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. Right.
She gives you
Pigo. The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginable. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and tote.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building. The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinique.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit...
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back, ungulate.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's Day on this. I hope there is something else
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsense. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana." The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union. Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am.
Of course. How else? Why, yes, I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a type.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. Your
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
What?
I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you. Okay, because it was Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. Okay, because it was The X something. The X what? Oh, I do like the sound of that. It sounds so decisive, powerful. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder weird.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you...
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Your synapses flash.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space, but you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
There is no shame in her voice. A touch of sadness, yes, but...
Good. Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. Some kind of I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for consider this. Perhaps she has been planning easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or, you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we can... This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. Yes. Knowing this does not really... I'm sure you will, Detective.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients, yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still,
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable.
A cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. from Martinez to Jamrock. In the
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
Well, at least this
What is that?
why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carrier.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi. But how do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty.
Well, here's your chance, officers. Yes? Excellent. According to my... It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for in the meantime, let me know if there's any other way. This...
Yes, and express. The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
No, but please. A little
We have time for you to tell me why you need a reality lowdown.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an...
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer.
All right, we're in. I know these all...
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born for the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. The turn of the century revolution. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then from Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. Anxious to hear more about mineral rights or who got shot in the head? Those would be the communists. generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Klas Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his... Him and tens of thousands, the liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting. They are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? What I am not is a bit...
There may be a way to get... Everyone wants to talk about...
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. In case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. That seems unlikely. We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among...
She refers to your corresponding aid.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes. We're on an island in an ocean.
Known to the early Revacholians as vast, lukewarm.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch. The Martinez Distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body.
As I told you, yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats at Revachol. River, the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built in the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. The nations of the Occident. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon, then breaks the silence, slowly. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Monsieur will be here later, too.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far. And diligent boys remember where they...
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this. Something close. A strange... It's on the tip of your tongue.
Glad to have been of assistance. Of course, Detective.
A sturdy metal... The door rattles against your knuckle. The door rattles again. But...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come. No. I already told. Go check the
backyard door.
Madame, I assure you...
There is no reply. The door...
Stop banging on the door! No. I'll go check the
backyard door.
Good morning to you, officer.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
The words Daredevil Driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else.
A couple of this panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in. You pull the lever all the way. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be You pulled, nothing happened. A spring bridge. Wasn't there a... A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter, whatever it is, goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model. With bank clerks, you'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. I suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this. There's a pile of cheap.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got...
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even...
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine.
The lieutenant's reverse psychology. These are all boring. Boring. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design.
No luck.
Oh! That visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang!
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Abort.
No, you are definitely not.
Are you sure?
Mazovian Socio-Economics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world. There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium.
Save the economy.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods? Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? Too bad, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. They itch like hell.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin-friendly, and they're yours for only 2 real.
You see two.
I can see you, but
A pair.
those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers.
Only? That's madness. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. Then look at them again. These are the premium life.
These once.
No. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for prop. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first. You see a Samaran street vendor.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. What? No. I can't believe you said that. You got personal style. You like premium menswear. Look around, bro.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the...
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. That's so cool, officer. Me? It's very...
Apricot Suzerainty called...
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. Only the coolest goods in Rev. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources. Good joke, officer. Here we don't have... It's beautiful.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever...
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so...
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer state. Yeah, cool ruins. I get to sell quality goods like these by
You're pretty sure you can live in a tree elsewhere too. But he...
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already...
But did he first mark them up 100%?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. Would do anything for you.
No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? Ah, yes. Money is very important.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not...
Sorry, detective.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now.
Just be straight with him.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him.
Ah, man. What?
Just be straight with him.
We have a...
Not me, man. No, gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from...
We wouldn't say it's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say your best
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest.
He's not lying.
Yes. And I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways above the Jamrock Quarter in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines. To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me? Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way. Waiting all the way in Diora. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail. What about you, Cop Man?
Is that what it is? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the... That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, a group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. Neither do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be controversial in a neighborhood mostly populated by the left-leaning working class. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either. Coach physical instrument. Wait, how did you know all those hammer throw techniques? How do you know how to hold a discus, or the world youth record in discus? Something doesn't add up here. This mushy thing between your ears didn't know the name of the city you're in, but it comes loaded with trivia about the correct chin position of a shot-put ball. Could it be that? Shut up, namby-pamby. This train of thought ends abruptly. It's leg day. Straighten your rhombus muscle. It's shirts. woman still had.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age. Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know?
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And a schoolboy...
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Don't be stupid. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
No. The Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Then what will you get?
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month I made half a dozen trips from Saramiris to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiris to Grad, Lowman? No, Lowman, diamonds. Easy. Is the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me backward.
I think we're done here, no?
Diamonds? Of course not.
But wouldn't it be marked? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand. Strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she...
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to it.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one... Lomonosov's land, Udashnaya.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. Irmao. I already am dust. Yes, go.
A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been the driver as the back end.
Racist, nationalist, likely.
Right to work! Right! Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first.
Your race descent has... I am not the first line of defense.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone.
The heart... Now leave me be. I must... Fine. They have Find out for yourself.
Interesting.
How did this happen?
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple.
The words to this... Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homo-erotic...
I'd appreciate it if you didn't I'm not even sure the one bullet might chamber and you're just going to let him manipulate. We're not here on some political... There must be some... We're not here on some Let's think of some...
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine. Fascism, bro. Many things. But it's... Yes, worm. That's what feminists... No. It can't be. Not you. You're going to keep your... There's a slow... It is one of...
Nice aggressive.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work. No, I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
It has happened.
Another fit of
Your fist,
the words to...
your hand twists in his grip, and the pain.
Good. Now go before you enter cardiac arrest.
Please, that...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Sorry, busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have wiretapping, telescopic baton, or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support.
Because we don't. We don't have...
I get it.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Your race descent has only... I am...
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is a...
Fine. Find out for yourself.
Interesting.
Looking for something, Hunt? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let... You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka.
He eyes you wearily, unsure.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on... Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling... Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard.
Guess so.
The tear machines, your bottles clunk. lorry stuck. The windows are
Likely, yes.
the driver.
Now it's turning into a kind of...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a puller, a metallic drawer. The pry bar feels nice and cold, useful for opening all. The handles are long and sleek. It's robust, weatherproof, lets you see things in the pull-out toolbox, slides back. A lorry stuck, the windows up.
Everything's still cool here. Drugs? I don't... Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest... That's cool. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all?
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with...
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who...
So you admit you're a lorry?
No, I just said I work harder and he... Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This? Exactly. It's such a small part. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy.
And what
crowd? You know.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's...
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me...
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe...
It could be. He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has... All right. I scored. Let's...
No need to dress this way.
Oh, okay. Ah, yes.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
Sorry, detective.
Now it's turning into a kind... I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but...
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her.
He still is. Hoping. It's true. We would have caught a lie. But a kind heart is emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did...
We can't just let it...
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her.
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. She's got the darkness in her.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. Maybe. But not another. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life.
Did this violent life...
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions.
The gray-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too. You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the...
Imagine it. An explosion of...
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill. Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation.
Here. Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No. She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden in.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't...
Nah. I need to think my own...
Everything's drugs? Unless you're into that, that's cool. That's the...
A blatant...
Who said...
So you admit...
No. Okay. It's nothing.
And...
No, he doesn't want to talk.
Sure. It's a she.
Who is...
All of them.
He's not rude.
All. Me? Very...
Now it's turning into... I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. A young...
What?
Blue and...
Then she...
Thank God. I didn't, man.
He still is. It's true. Emotion.
I didn't.
He still is. It's true.
Damn, I don't want...
We can't.
That's how it always is.
It won't come to...
I don't believe you. I just can't... She's got the...
She shared...
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch. It's... I heard the...
Did this violent life...
Well... The way... Fuck.
Wait. Push Tommy and it will break.
You're not gonna...
Imagine it.
Fine. Thank you, friend. What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drive. Thank you, friend.
Lowman, did you just call?
She clearly doesn't think she's the woman.
I'm a lady like you are, Gabriel Buenguerro. I'm only terrifying to small children.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Because they can no longer recognize the person. How should I know? Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling towards some unknown rest state.
Right to work! Right!
Hola, Wandering Man.
Looking for something, Aunt? I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful.
He's been expecting this. He's...
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't...
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got...
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be invested.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find...
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone.
Make me runt.
Let's just go and ask Tommy, alright? We are wasting our time here.
Now it's turning into a kind of a what? But I told you she's my friend.
The realization that you've...
Here. Her lorry's still...
When did she...
Last Friday. She left...
The other driver...
If they break in, they...
No. Nah.
This screen found A to Z.
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and cut. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. You push the key into the lock and turn. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached. Right, the actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. The actresses and the rear actor, you wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around, but one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? Another...
The movie stars are still smiling. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range too. Doesn't look like it.
The smell of a metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolkit slightly closed the rust.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect.
This means it's well funded.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. My suggestion is, we should return to the murder. There are more than... The fact that one has... All the same, I don't like the idea. Debrief of...
Everything's still drug? Unless you... That's cool. That's even...
A blatant lie, sir.
Who said...
So you admit...
No? Okay. No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view. No! Nothing.
And what...
Crowd.
No, he doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Shush, please. There's bad...
Here we go. There's a...
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. I don't...
It could be. He's not...
All of them.
Who exactly?
All of them. All right. I scored.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But
Are you trying...
Sorry, detective. Me? It's a very...
Now it's turning into a... I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be... Thank God I don't... A friend? A youngish woman.
What color hair?
Blue and violet.
Then she...
I did...
He still is. It's true. Bah.
Damn, I don't...
We can't.
That's how it always is.
It won't come to that.
I don't believe you. She's got the dark...
She shared?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. Maybe. I heard the rumor.
Did the advice...
Well... It looks... Fuck, man.
The gray-haired woman. Maybe she knows some... Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay. Push Tommy and it will break his heart.
You're not gonna put a bullet...
Imagine it.
Fine. I don't want to be a... Thank you, friend.
The woman is still hunched.
Huh? What did you just...
She clearly doesn't think she's a...
I'm not that either, Harifa. I'm only terrifying to...
Yeah, it's not her.
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. In the middle...
You feel very cold suddenly. As if standing in the background, a quiet song.
How should I know? Because they can no longer... Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling...
Looking for something odd? I don't know what it is.
He's been expecting this.
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't...
No.
The name resounds. Looks like the
Yeah, him.
Then I...
Yeah.
Not just...
The lieutenant.
You're not...
No.
He's surprised.
It's not a...
You've
seen...
Nah.
The lieutenant. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Not the most popular time. I'm not the only one. People who've studied... So, the problem? It's what the... It's true. Also, you need to... Don't push...
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time... The vows are blurred and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is meta-fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does you... Yes, them, but also... Women. Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing. That's what fascism was. Feminists? No, it can't be. Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you... Okay, yes, let's call it that. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like many things. Yes, woman. Woman. That's what many things. Yes, woman. Woman. That's what many things. Yes, woman. Woman. That's what many things. But it's quit stalling, Bruta. Yes, woman. Woman. That's what you're going to keep your... There's a slow, painful growl somewhere. It is one of betrayal.
Looking for something odd?
The main thing is to not overdo it.
Oh yeah? And what is there to talk about? It's a racist world. I didn't make it that way.
Let's just go and ask her.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What? But I told you she's my... Thank you, friend.
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? There's no 3 days ago. During that time, a security guard. They didn't identify. There's a strong Just to be clear, we are police. No. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath. I'm relieved that
he is glad and surprised.
Do you know the feeling when you've begun filling in a crossword, but some of your answer, it will turn into quite the I'm afraid
his disdain is clear.
You don't know? I assumed you were in. That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. The cop well, I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, Martinez.
A tremble comes over.
A good joke.
He does not actually think it was...
It's good we said this. Was there anything else? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I...
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed...
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did... Excuse me? Detective.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised. You don't have to take...
Some you time? This is the police, please do.
The lieutenant is pretty
Trying to sneak up on...
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. Trying to sneak...
Hey, what's that noise down there?
There must be another way into the building.
It's been a week and now they show up?
A sturdy metal door guard the door.
No, go check.
Backyard.
Madame.
There is no reply. The door.
Stop that. No, go check the backyard.
Backyard door.
Trying to sneak up...
There must be another way into the building.
You see a young man.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great...
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an...
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the...
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor, declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time. He doesn't reply. Gesturing, no.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez?
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run. No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. He could be a witness. Him or his son. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw. If we find a way inside the...
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it. Rusty.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on. We'll just have to go in and...
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached. No response. Good thing you already have the chain cutters in your hand. Nothing.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
It should be easy, but it's just an awkward angle, okay?
Trouble with the chain, officer? Supreme titanium?
You can't stand for that. Come on, show him what you can really do. Snip. So much.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least...
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. Oh, yeah. Like, look at yourself. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. That's just what it's like. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Yeah, you're in the sales business. You didn't log that in a... Sure. And has it been Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. The Gart man has set himself up one of those boo-hoo. That's right, 100%. Fucking G-Man's got it. Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a...
Good. Confiscate.
The minuscule amount of... You pocket the bottle. A bundle of clothes heaped. Something underneath. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol and God knows what else. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
I'm afraid it is. Look.
A groan, right?
Well, judging by the color...
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but...
A pair of half-open bug...
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight. Look, he's trying to communicate.
Silence, only heat.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably. The man groans once again, and then falls back again. The aging alcoholic silence. This door has been closed. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
The shackle snaps.
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communities. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many.
You hear someone walking around the walking stops. You can feel tension. A poor
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not.
Let's go. We don't have a reason.
It's generally easy. A poor communard from the looks of it. A shift in temperature. The air. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil. She had an eye for beauty. Faint pencil lines on paper depict is red from the cold.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine.
You're still worried.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the resident.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who... If you can call it living, it's barely bigger than a closet.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coast.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain, someone played a trick on you. Martinez, is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez. Like...
Oops, you really didn't get the...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
It's...
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down...
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's... What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of the...
Thank you. We should go check out his...
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a police. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved. Or died.
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me the symbol of what and how? Never heard of it. Oh, I think he's something to do with the symbol of what and how? Ah. All I know about politics is that it's brought us more. I don't want to talk about Deweeters. Addicts. All of them. And some, they don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on them.
We saw unpaid utility bills.
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they have. I don't like talking about those people. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls. She leaves an old lady.
She mumbles some kind of a response. You hear someone walking.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire... Beautiful things give you a... Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite...
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words, Revachol, be friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment, and again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it?
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years...
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and...
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find... Both apartments are now unrentable. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant it was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent, but that was months ago. It was but that was months, of course.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. Yeah, I can see that. Call me.
The lieutenant, hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggies move. It's where they grow whores like her. And pigs not half as dumb.
The lieutenant, hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first name, have you got a crush? I ain't no...
Actually...
We weren't Can't you... I haven't really... Yeah? Fine.
You've listened.
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. Yes, I keep does anyone.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost,
It doesn't have to do anything at all. No. Shoot, Piggy.
that isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade. Even today, half as to symbolize the toppling of the also some social. The wreath of antlers represents a natural because white is the color of peace. Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only this door is made of metal. Number 28. This.
Let's see if anyone.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? It's all right. Tomorrow evening, right?
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Oh, I do like wizards. And
She means clairvoyance.
You're back. Good. Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
More lessons in basic reality? A bird? Of course you're not my dear. Ah, or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements. This one used to be 8 to 10, mostly the urban middle class.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infra. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the... She prefers a fantasy world. An infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid. And their little all right?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the...
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. Nothing infra about disco. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more the new. A cult. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. Of course, you're much more grounded. a serious detective on a case called Reality. Speaking of, is that unimportant? The turn of the revolution. It wasn't. It made people, of course, from revolution. Why?
Something tells you her life and yours are not.
Modernity.
51 minus.
43. The 20s or the 30s?
Then you happened. Your youth in the.
Yes. And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control.
I've no right. We could have had so much more. Good question.
No, her first.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
The cold runs down your spine as you.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
The wind stopped.
Capital is past.
Past? That's what De Briever, the leader of the Communards, said, before she got a bullet in her head. Don't get me wrong, capital is finished. But understand this, its end won't free anyone.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official.
And what is your official?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. They are what they are. Anyway.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she... She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left now.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Forgive her.
I hope you do. I hope we are able to continue as friends, despite my scales and my need to infiltrate and betray your Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the Communards won. Who knows? When the dust settled, the Liberals were the... With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt East, light drip...
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta. Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. And...
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid better not tie the...
She wants to answer the question.
Of course. Of course. How else can I help? Until you come up with some...
She's simply...
Word has traveled.
It appears we are being managed.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
The lieutenant. Hatred. The woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On her first pigs, not her.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad... The faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. Still not happening. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just... He nods.
I can see that.
The door is... This door, still, the lieutenant, he doesn't like... Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as there's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to... You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know there's something out there.
Yeah.
It's not a very good mother joke, but the room still laughs. Something about those mother jokes. Just nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't...
Yes?
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Put that away. Right now.
The lieutenant's opinion of you as...
What a fucking pooper. Bitch doesn't have to pump for it. Old bitch. Pump's bust. Kuno...
Put that away.
The lieutenant's...
What a fucking pooper. Bitch...
Please, don't wait.
The lieutenant...
Don't listen. You can pay tribute to...
Yes? Me? I don't see how my... Excuse me?
A mirror hangs on the bath. The bed is still cold. Behind the men are talking. There's a little... You're not so sure.
Yeah.
It's not a very good mother joke. Nothing. Just black... tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM.
Have you come to make your offer?
Please don't.
The lieutenant.
Don't listen. You can pay tribute to...
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice. No, sir. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful. Every snowflake is like a little...
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring
Oh, you're a...
crime. These what's not as you see. A killing is declared. Shell.
Oh, you're a...
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Turns out that there are so many different... Turns out that there...
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Slowly.
Do we...
Oh, a nature enthusiast.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile... This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introduce where to even begin. All cockatoos are known for their needy natures. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're right. Not great for the neighbors. Performing. Yeah, this is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Ooh. Perhaps, in the words of poet, despite its banging name, where to even pet owners, also, it is not recommended to get a cockatoo. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday Riversholians. You need to spread that deregulation gospel to the people. Tell them about that foreign fair tax. Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
I would say...
Shelves full of browsing through suddenly. High speed. Next.
I really must...
She understands.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go...
This bookstore is not strictly about...
I can't have you end up...
Amidst the point of the book, it serves wholeness. When it's up to your mind. The book, this is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about? You see a set of... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture.
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. Only after exerting some force, you manage to turn. You feel the tiny hairs on the back of your neck rise up, as if someone's standing right behind you. Outside, the wind howls in from across. A panicking woman.
Detective, you're the one.
A barbell it's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
What is this place? No, it's a gym. I doubt the electricity still works.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because no need to look for a surprise. Yes?
The barbell weights.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mats. Just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This... A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. Hey, but you're still in the ghost house. What if someone heard this?
Good technique.
The barbell.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Right. Now... Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still... These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of translucent Welkins, with organs shining under them. Who are all those creatures? You should adopt one of those Welkins as your... One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is the Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and... An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. Just look at those details.
And for what? The photo collage depicts barren, icy lands. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for..." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only
looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death." Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really...
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent flame. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice...
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader? Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please.
Password. Of course it would have a part. You should ask her for a hint.
No. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident.
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please repeat? Still no. Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can... Fortress accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. I work as a repeat. As for me...
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones. Doesn't it get lonely? Sitting there all by herself.
Lonely? Why would it get lonely?
That's why she does it.
Now, please tell me if thank you and good...
Tiles on the cube. Nothing happens. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. History classes, students with their textbooks, radio frequencies, it seems. UKV, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web, someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by a conductor for the hundreds of whoever decides to call in to a call-in. All of this is gone. There's no way a little basement studio working here could...
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep...
You see a terrifying ice bear. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eye, a gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has...
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left...
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's... Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed. It looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's implausible. Looks like someone from that... That's a plausible hypothesis. Looks like someone...
The lieutenant nods.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
A thick layer of coal dust. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal. Now you feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto you.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it. These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous route.
And this protects you. Okay, sure. Go ahead. You're right. The rooms do look like they're...
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor. I'll open it.
After you, officer.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old... You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but if you want to try again, then you need to... This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You see the pry bar's metal hand.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. But this ice cream maker is frozen. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough.
Sooner or later, you will stumble. Turning the crank feels it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. 2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. An electric sizzle. The room is something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but does. This orange machine is dead still. It's all gone now. The ice squeaks. You see the...
Yeah, well, I have no...
Sooner or later. Both cables are on. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the... Both cables are on somewhere in the... The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the... This orange machine... An old called East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. This orange machine is only through somewhere a machine hums along with the current, happy and content.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. So what kind of...
Could this be the malicious entity? She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the role. This person means you or no one else. No falsehoods are present.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but some of my friends were role players. Not especially. I like working with rare material.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Nothing really.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a... The lieutenant looks at his...
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus. Well, there's always something going on in the whirlings back. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers.
She's heard of the murder, but she's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark out. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift...
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years. Selling novelty dice to rope.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather... Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the...
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been... Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone's...
Oh, quite a lot of rats scuttle in the dark rooms under the abandoned...
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to... Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yeah, I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point...
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the... At least it had some spark to it. Anything else? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient thing. My advice, don't base your business on a...
Agreed.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it...
No, it was something else. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same...
If the whirling is part of the same...
Sure, I'm listening. They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hash. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history.
They were just props. Why return them?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla, and they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. Maybe, because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. Doing his job, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on death.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
It's an imaginary beast by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Understandable. You shouldn't do them. Anyway, now you know the
temperature has dropped in the cover of the night. You see,
Anything else? Another. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff meat, and they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway. It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good.
nothing changes in her tone as she says that.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals with...
Good luck with that. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal. The usual. They ran out of... Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some ground.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, in the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The dice is black, and
Anything else? Yes, I think it was called an...
a bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. I'm pretty sure it still does. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her...
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush.
This orange machine is... 2 cables up something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows. Somewhere, something...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises... The bear's eyes are still glowing red. What? Tiles on the cube are still... The speaker comes...
Good evening. Please repeat. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. Only the red cable and electric sizzle. The room is...
You're alive and well. Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her...
The narrative she's built herself. Just don't say you don't have any answer. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just... You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
This is a lot for her to pass.
Another revolution? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things. It's okay. You don't have to.
As she has to, every day.
Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Rivershot. The spring thaw must be looking up at the sky, cold water dripping, grey sky like great battleships, cloud humid, your coat shield, sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort, urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished coal city, end of all line. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor, cruise ships flanked by dock arms, crane, Couron, the lower middle class, a silvery curtain of red, Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46 hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down there. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, standing in...
Have a brother in the...
In the rain-swept distance, your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
I have... Yes, René. It's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a strict... Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are...
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying. But There's something off.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your... He doesn't know anything. Because...
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to Wesi... I hate this socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't...
The old soldier mumbles. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave Riddle.
No, thank you. For being... Oh, the goal is to throw you bull. As close to the cochonnet, that's the cochonnet. Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. I could, but I'd rather not. I don't... You'll put that knowledge to good use in 20... I mean...
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now? Hurry up, then.
Sure, officer. No, I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instinct. Yes. No. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack... Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel... Fine. What do you want now, then?
All you observe.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers.
Don't you mean Fristel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven. Although he was a clown. But he was our clown.
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
Ah, yes!
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could...
A superpower! Feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the...
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Aware.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine...
Higher realms. Of course. It all makes sense.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his sub. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness.
Don't get started on that again.
The carabinier doesn't reply. No one and nothing.
Right.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
I do appreciate it. Officer, the flashlight, please.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect. It's not ideal. See? That's your problem. It'll make you into... This is so...
Hello again. How can I help you? Traffic? I'm sorry, I just don't like it very much. Movement on... Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Traffic? I just... Now that I...
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno? Have you come...
Put that to...
The lieutenant's...
What a fucking pooper!
Kim is never going to be okay with you handing something like this off to a minor. This plan is either off the table, or you need to do it when he's...